Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. In this video, I'll explain you all what we are creating in this application and all about all the designs and features of this application. I just don't only build this application for you, but I'll also explain you from zero to hero. If you don't know how to create a React Native application, so don't worry. I'll show you every step from start. You just have to focus and work with me. So now, let me explain you about the application, what we'll be creating in this series. For the better explanation, I'm creating 3 different sections: introduction, design and feature, and conclusion. So, as you can see, the logo in the middle, this will be the logo and the name of our application, Gymnasia. So, in the introduction, what basically Gymnasia is all about. So, Gymnasia in simple words, Instagram for the gym users or the gym people. It is a social media application for only specific people like athletes or bodybuilders. User of this application can perform, post, share, comment, edit their profile, and much more. What technology we are using? And the technology we are using is to create this application will be React Native, as we all know. But not only React Native, but we'll also use so many cool libraries for designing. So now in the design section, this application is all about user-side application. So let me tell you some of the main screen which we'll be building, like splash screen, sign up, sign in, onboarding screen swiper, which will contain 4 different screens. We'll be using all the navigation like bottom tab, stack navigator, and drawer navigator. After that, we'll be creating homepage or timeline, user profile, which will contain all the information related to the user. After that, edit profile, where user can edit their profile. After that, the comment screen, the share screen or share status. Now, let's jump into the bottom tab navigator. So, in the bottom tab navigator, we'll have 4 different screens. The notification screens for the notification, create post screen for creating the post, tutorial screen, and the more options. In the drawer navigation, we'll have many options, but few are my workout list, gym nearby, invitation, or buddy list, and report a bug, where people can report for the bug. So now, in the conclusion, what you will learn from this series? In the end, you will be able to create a fully functional React Native social application by your own with a lot of cool design and features, which will help you so much to build your better portfolio. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to another tutorial series with Coding with T. In this series of tutorial, we are going to build a React Native application in which we are going to create a lot of cool designs and features. So let's jump into the design. So first, we'll be creating a splash screen with a white background and the logo in the middle, like this. So let's start the development section. So first, Open your terminal, CD desktop to create the project on the desktop. Run command React Native init and the project name and then hit enter. So now it will take some time to complete the process. Let's come back when it will be completed. So the building process is completed. Now open your project in the Visual Studio Code and go to the app.js screen. You will also see a similar code in your app.js screen. So to run your application in iOS, open your Visual Studio Code terminal. CD desktop to change into iOS directory and run port install. This will take some time to install the dependency. So now the pods are installed successfully. CD to go back and run React Native run iOS to start the project on iOS. So now the project built successfully. You will see the similar kind of demo screen on your React Native project. So now let's delete all the demo code and make this an arrow function. So as I said, we don't need this all code, so let's delete this and make this an arrow function. So we also don't need this style sheet anymore, so let's delete this and let's delete all the import statements which we are not using. So now let's start by putting some demo text between the safe area tag and hit save. So after saving, now you can see the demo text on our simulator. So now let's delete the remaining imports which we are not using. So now clear the terminal and install all the dependencies which we will be using in our application, which includes React Navigation and some other dependencies. You can get all these dependencies in the documentation. So let's come back when it will be completed. So now the process of installing dependencies is completed. So now let's start with the splash screen. So first go to your project folder and then in the iOS. In iOS there will be a file with your project name. Open it. It will be open in Xcode. So on top left like this there will be a folder with your project name. In it open image assets. Add the new image set with the name of Splash. So now you need 3 different sizes of images to show it on your splash screen. As I have already saved it in my assets folder, just you have to copy or just drag and drop it into these boxes. After that, go to the launch screen and on launch screen you will see the iPhone screen like this. Now go to the add button and search for the image. Now just drag and drop the image where you want to place your image on the splash screen. Now in the right top option in the image view, select your image set, which in our case is Splash. So like this, after selecting the Splash, you will see your image on the iPhone screen. Stretch your image according to your need and then place it into the center. These are some options in which you can see your splash screen. So as you can see, our logo is not in the middle in the landscape mode. So for this, go to the options and make this aspect fit. So after that, go to this section and deselect the outer arrows and select the inner arrows. Now you can see our logo is perfectly centered in the landscape mode. Now this is all with the splash screen. Just run your project and let's see. As you can see, our splash screen is ready. So now, we'll be working on the onboarding screens in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. So, in this tutorial, we are going to create 4 different types of onboarding screens, as you can see in the video. So let's jump into the development section. So first, let's import all the dependency which we need in the app.js screen. First, import all the dependencies of Eva icon. Eva icon is basically an icon pack for React Native. It supports for different types of animation: zoom, plus, shake and flip. You can get all this import dependencies in the Eva icon npm documentation. This app provider is basically to provide all the icons in the application, and this Eva icon pack is basically an icon pack which is provided by the Eva icons. And now let's import React navigation to navigate between the screens. Delete the safe area view because we don't need it anymore, and make an empty view. All this data, icon registry and application provider is basically a part of Eva icons. You can find all this in the documentation of Eva icons. So basically, application provider is used to provide all the Eva icons in the application. As all you know, navigation container is used to navigate between the screen. But we don't have any screen right now. For this, we have to create a new folder with the name of src, which means source. In source, create a new folder with the name of navigation to put all our navigation in this folder. So in navigation, we are going to create a new folder called stack, in which we'll create all our stack navigation. In stack folder, we are going to create our first route with the name of generalroute.js, in which we'll be having all our general routes. So we have import create stack navigator from React navigation stack to create a stack navigator. Now let's make an arrow function of general routes and export defaulted. So stack.navigator is basically a container in which we'll put all our navigation screens. So stack.screen is basically a single screen in the container which have three variables: name of the screen, component, and option for the styling. So we don't have any screen yet. So let's go and create a screen for the stack.screen. So go to this src folder and create a new folder called screens, and in screens create a new folder called onboarding, and in onboarding we'll create a file called onboarding.js in which we'll have all our navigation stuff or onboarding screen data. Let's create a simple arrow function with the name of the screen, which is onboarding, and export defaulted. So, as I said earlier, we'll be creating 4 different types of onboarding screen. So, we don't have any yet. So, let's create our first screen. Let's create and again a simple arrow function with the name of the screen, in which this is screen 1. So let's put some demo data between the return statement to show it on the simulator for the testing purpose. So now our screen 1 demo data is completed. So now let's go back to the onboarding screen and import that screen 1 to this onboarding page. Just create a view and a swiper between it, which we have installed in our first video. And in the swiper, import the screen 1. And navigation is equal to navigation is used for the navigation between the 4 different screens. And a swiper is used to swipe between the screens. Let's just give this view a style. For that, we need a style sheet, which we have already imported from the React Native. Just go back on the general out screen and import that onboarding screen. Now, just copy the onboarding screen name and put it into the name which we have created before. And the option, we don't need any header, so we are making the header show to false. The final movement, go back to the app.js screen and import that general route to app.js screen and put that between the navigation container. And hit save. So oops, there is an error. So let's check what is the error in the screen or an onboarding screen. So as you can see, I have put the swiper between the curly braces. So after removing the curly braces, you can see now the error is gone. You were thinking that there is no data on the onboarding screen because we need more than one screen to swipe between the screens, and for now we only have one screen. So let's just go and make the 4 other screens for the swiper to swipe between the screens. For that, just copy the screen 1 and paste it 3 times and rename the screens with 2, 3 and 4. And now let's also change the screen name or a function name of the screens. So now we have changed all the screen names or the function names. So now just let's go back to the onboarding screen and import all that remaining 3 screens to this and put all these 3 screens between the swiper. So now let's hit save and let's see the result. Oh, so oops, we have put the style sheet instead of styles in the style view. So let's change it and again hit save. Now you can see we can swipe between our 4 different screens, screen 1, 2 and 3 and 4. So our navigation between the screen is ready. We can still see the onboarding header on the top. So for that, just go to the general routes and correct the spelling of the options. So after correcting the spelling of the options, now you can see the header is gone now. So now let's go back to the screen 1 and start with the styling of that screen. So now just let's remove the safe area view which we have imported before, and make it as a view. Let's import a style sheet for the styling, and let's create a container style for the first view. So we don't need this text screen 1 anymore, so just delete it and import image background for the image of the boarding screen. So to show image on the screen, we need some kind of source or image to show that screen on the onboarding screen. For that, I have already saved all of my images in the asset folder. So I just have to give the path of that image in the source. To show image on the simulator or on the onboarding screen, we also need some styling. So let's create a style for that image background. Flex 1 to get all the screen area for the background and hit save. Now you can see we have our first onboarding screen image. So let's just create our second view for the logo as you saw earlier in the design. And in that view tag, let's put an image tag for the logo to show it on the screen. So we also need some kind of source or image to show the logo on the screen. So like an image background, I have already saved my logo in the image assets. So I'm going to import my logo from this asset folder. And now let's just give some style to that image tag. As you can see, our logo is not at the correct position. So we need some margin at the top. So let's just give some style to that view. After giving the margin top 20%, now you can see our logo is at the correct position. And we need some margin at the left. So we are giving margin 20 to the left. Copy this style and just put it into the style sheet. In the design area, we also need a skip button or a text on the onboarding screen. So let's just go and create a skip text on the onboarding screen. And now just let's give some styling to the skip button. Font size 20 and the color white will be okay in our case. We need some content in the middle as you saw in the design. So let's just create that text content for the middle. We need two different types of text field for the middle content. First for the title and the other one for the description. Let's just give the styling for the title one. As you can see, our title is just below our logo. So to make it into the middle, we need to give some margin top to make it into the middle. So now, our title is perfectly in the center and in the middle. So let's just create the description text and give the styling to it. So now, our basic structure of our onboarding screen is ready. The one thing which is remaining is we need an icon in the front of skip button. So let's just create a component of an icon. For that, just go back to your SSE folder and create a new folder with the name of component. And in it, create a new file called icon. So first, let's just create a basic arrow function for the custom icon and export default it. So for our custom icon, we have import icon from a UI kitten components. So now just import the icon between the return statement and we'll create our own custom option for this icon. So first one will be the name of the icon and .rest mean to get all the functionality of the icons. Fill will be the color of that icon. So to make this icon a good component, let's just give some default color and styling to this. In case we forgot to give some color or styling to the icon, it will automatically use the styling or color which we have given it to the default. So now just send all these functionalities which we have created to the pros, from which we can use it into any component or on any screen. So now our icon component is created successfully. Now just go back to the screen 1 and import that icon which we have created. Now just create the tag of our custom icon just below the skip button and give it a name of the icon which we want to use, which in our case is a forward arrow. And also just give some color to it and hit save. So as you can see, our icon just appear in the front of skip button. So now just we have to copy all the screen 1 code and paste it into all the remaining screens and just with the change of the name. Now as you can see, now we have two different onboarding screen with the same image. We'll change our image and content later on. First, we have to copy all the code into all the 4 screens. So now, we have pasted all the code into the remaining 3 screens. Now, just we have to do is just change the name of the image which we want to show on our pages. So, starting from the second page, just change the name of the image and change the content which you want to show on the next screen. So now, as you can see, after changing the image and the content on the screen, our image 2 or our screen 2 looks completely different. So now, we have to do the same steps with the remaining 2 screens. So now, let's just do it. Now, all of our 4 different screens, images and content is changed successfully. Now you can see we have 4 different kinds of onboarding screens or pages for this application. Now, in the next video, we'll be working on our main page and login and the sign up button. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So, in this tutorial, we are going to create the main page of our Gymnasia app, which will contain the logo on the top, the title in the middle, and the login and the sign up button. In this tutorial, we are going to create so many components like the button, spacer, and many more. So let's jump into the development section. So let's just start by creating a new screen in the screen folder and name it mainScreen.js. Now let's just create a simple demo function with basic React components and export default it. As our basic main screen function is ready, now let's just go to the general out screen and import that main screen in it. So after importing the main screen to the general out screen, let's go back to the onboarding screen and give this skip an on-press functionality for the navigation to navigate to the main screen. For that, just navigation.navigate and the screen name, in which our case is main screen. Our navigation on the skip button is ready. Now, as you can see, we can click to the skip button to go to the main page. Let's just start with the design of the main page. So let's just start by creating a style sheet for all the styling which we'll be doing on the main screen. First, let's just create a container style for the first view and import the image between that container. This image tag will be a logo of Gymnasia as I showed you earlier in the design. So in image, we need some kind of source to show this image on the screen. So let's just give the path to the image. So as I have already saved my logo image in my assets folder. So as I told you before, we also need to give an image some style, height and width to show it on the screen. So let's just give it some height and the width, which in our case 250 will be good. Now as you can see the logo on the screen, but it is not on the right position. So for that, let's just give some styling to that view. So after giving some styling to that view, our logo is on the correct position. Now after logo, let's just create some text for the title and give the text some styling. So font size 25 and the font weight bold will be okay for our title. So let's just create another view for the login and the sign up button. But for now we don't have any button. So for that, let's just create another component of the button. Create a new file in the components with the name of Touchable button.js. First, let's just create a simple React Native demo function and export default them. So now, in the return statement, let's just create a view, and between that view, let's just import the touchable opacity, which is the basic component which we have from React Native. .rest is to get all the functionalities of the touchable button. Now, let's just give some custom stylings to our touchable button. So for the styling, let's just create a style sheet. So first, let's just create a container style for our container view. And now, let's just create a style for a touchable opacity button. So now, let's just create another view for the text which we want to show it on our touchable button and give them styling accordingly. After giving all the stylings, let's just export all the styling functions and the functions which we have created in this component. So now, our touchable opacity button is completed. So let's just go back to the main screen and import this touchable button to that screen. So as you can see, after importing the touchable opacity button on the main screen, you can only see the plain blue view with the no title or text between them. For that, we have created the title in our component. So you can see the change after giving some title to that button. So now let's just give them text styling to their text. So first, let's just change the color to the white. Our first button is ready. For the login button, just we need to copy this button and change the title. As you can see, our both button is ready, but we don't have any space between them. So for that, let's just create a component with the name of spacer. So let's go back to in the components folder and create a component called spacer. So first, let's just create a simple React Native function with the name of spacer and export defaulted. And now, for the spacer component, just create a view tag and give some styling, some width and height to it. So, in this spacer component, we are giving 100% width to the spacer and the height will be of 15%, or you can call the 15 points. So now, as our spacer component is ready, so now let's just go back to the main screen and import that spacer to this screen. And now, let's just create a spacer tag and give it some height. So oops, there is some kind of error in this. So let's just go back to the spacer and check it. So, as you can see, I forgot to export all the width, height, or the functionalities of the spacer component. Now, as you can see, after exporting the spacer functions, our spacer component is working. So now, let's just get some space between the title and the button. So now, our main page is ready. So, see you in the next video tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this tutorial, we are going to create two pages. The sign up page, which will have 4 input bars for full name, email, password and re-enter password, and with the button on the bottom. And the second one will be the login page, which only have 2 input bars. We will also be creating some cool components like input bar, button, spacer and much more. So let's jump into the development section. So as we have created in our previous video tutorial this main page, which have 2 buttons, login and sign up. So first we are going to create 2 screens in the screen folder. First will be the signup.js and the second will be login.js. So first let's just create a demo screen for the login screen by importing some React modules which we will be going to use in this screen. And let's create a login function. Now let's just put some demo data between the login function. So now let's just copy all the code from the login function and paste it in the sign up page. And let's change the name of the function. So now we have successfully created both the login and sign up screen. Now just go to general out screen and import the both screen, login and sign up. So for this, just copy paste the upper stack screen and put the name between them. So now our stack is ready. So let's just go back to the main screen and let's just put on press functionalities on the both of the buttons for sign up and the login page. So oops, it is not working. So let's check why it is not working. So we put the smaller p on the onPress function. Let's change it and try it. Oops, so there is another error. So let's check it on the sign up screen. So we haven't put the return statement on the onPress function. So let's just put the return statement here and now rerun the project. So as you can see, after putting the return statement, our sign up screen is working correctly. So now let's just also put the return statement in the login screen too. And set the onPress functionality for the login screen. So now our both of the screen, login and sign up, is working correctly. So now let's just start with the designing phase. So first we need a text input. So let's just create a text input component first. So for that, go to the component and create a new file with the name of text input. So let's first just create a React demo function in the text input as we have created in the sign up and the login page. So according to our text input design, we need some kind of card in which we'll put our basic input bar. So for that, we'll import a card from React Native element. And import that card between these two views. And now import our text input between these two cards. So now, let's just create a style sheet first for giving the styles to our elements. So now, first let's just create our input container style. So, as you can see, I have put an array around our styling object, which is because we need two types of styling for this component. One, which will be giving default to this component, and the other one will be that which we will use in our screens to give style. So, like this, in all of our component, we'll be creating two styles for every view. And now, let's just create the functionality which we need from our text input. So, as I told you before, 3 dot rest means to get all the functionalities of any basic component. Now, let's just give styles to our text input bar. So, as I told you before, from now on, we'll be creating two styles for everything in our component view. And now, just export all the functionalities or styling which we have created. So as I remember, we also need some label on our text input. So let's just create a styling for the label. So let's just create an if else statement. If we have label, then give this style, otherwise make it to the null. Now let's just put all the styling or the functionalities which we need from our label between these brackets. Our main label is ready. Now let's just create two more labels for the subheadings, the label 1 and the label 2. So as we created a first label, like that, let's create two more labels. And for the second label, let's just give some different color to this label. Now, let's export all the functionalities or the styling which we have created in this function. So as our text input component is ready, now let's just go back to the sign up page and import that text input. So the label and the name is from the functionalities which we have created in our text input field, and the placeholder is from that ..rest property. So as you can see, after saving our project, our text input bar is ready with the label on the top. As you can see, our text input bar is a little bit out from the screen. For that, let's just import content from the native base and replace it with the view. So after replacing the view with the content, you can see our text input bar is in the right position. Now let's just give some styling to the content. So as you can see, we need some little bit space between the label and the text input bar. So for that, let's just go back to the text input and give them space between them by importing that spacer component which we have created before. As you can see, it looks better with the space. Now, let's just go back to the sign up screen and give some space from the top. As we need 4 different types of text input bar for the sign up page. For that, just copy this input bar and paste it 3 times and give some spaces between them. 20 size will be okay for the space. And now, just change the label name and the placeholders according to our need. We need our 4 different text input bar is ready. So now we need a sign up button at the bottom. So for that, let's just import the touchable button which we have created in the last video. So now, after creating the button, we need some kind of title on the top. For that, let's just create another component for this title. For that, let's just go back to the components and create a new file with the name of screen title. So, the screen title will be a very easy component for us to create because we just need a text from this component. Let's just create a simple function as we created before and export it. Now, let's just put the text between the return statement for the title and give it some styling. And now, let's just export all the function and the style which we have created in this component. And now on the sign up page, let's just import that screen title component. And just give the title name which you want to show it on the screen. Now, as you can see, our sign up title is ready. Now, let's just go back to the login screen and start creating it. For that, we just need to copy all the content from the sign up screen and paste it in the login screen. Now, let's just change the name of the functions. As we need only two fields in the login screen, so we just need to delete the remaining two fields and change the name and the label. Let's just create a remember login info checkbox. For that, we need to import a component from the UI kitten component called checkbox. Now, we just need to create a simple text of the checkbox. And put the text between them which you want to show in front of checkbox. And at the last but not the least, let's just create a simple text for someone who want to create account and want to go back to the sign up page. Now, let's just give some styling to them. Now, let's just give a sign up button or a sign up text a functionality of on press to navigate to the sign up page. So now, as you can see, our login page is completely ready. So, let's see you in the next tutorial, which will be of the home page. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this tutorial, we are going to create an animated drawer in React Native, as you can see in the video. We will have the logo on the top of our drawer and some options in the middle. So let's jump into the development section. So first, let's just create a drawer folder in the navigation, and in it, create a file with main.jar.js name. Now, first just create a simple React Native function and export defaulted. Now just import some important libraries which we want in the screen to create our drawer. For example, animated from React Native animated and React Native drawer navigation. So we have imported all the dependency which we need in this screen. So now let's just create a drawer navigator first. Drawer navigator is basically the same as the stack navigator, but with the different import statements and a bit different options. Now let's just create a drawer navigator and give some properties to it. So as we need our initial route as a home page. So let's just create first a home page stack. So for this, let's just go back to the stack folder and create a new stack with the name of home stack.js. And now let's just import a simple React function and export defaulted with the name of the screen. So after creating a React Native function, now let's just create a React navigation stack. So now, our stack is completed, but we don't have our home screen yet. So for that, let's just go back to the screens and create a new screen with homescreen.js. And now, like we always do, let's just create a simple React Native function and export defaulted. Our function is ready. So now, let's just go back to the home stack and import that home screen on this screen. Our home stack is ready. So let's just go back to the drawer screen and start creating first. Let's just create a drawer content. For that, there is a prop called drawer content, and we have to pass some screen or some content between it. For that, we'll create a new screen for this content. So let's just create a new component called drawer content for this. And the drawer type we want is slide. So let's just set the drawer type is equal to slide. So now let's just create a drawer content component. So for now, as we always do, just create a simple React Native function for the testing purpose and export defaulted. We'll put our content in it after creating all the functionalities of our content. So, as we do in our stack navigator, like that, we also have to pass some screens in the draw navigator. For that, let's just create a screen function on the same screen. The screen on which we want our draw navigator is home screen. So for that, let's just create a home stack navigator and pass the screen to it. So the initial route name will be home stack as we created it earlier. And let's just give some screen options to it for the navigation and some other option as we don't want the header to be shown. So set header to the false. After creating the stack navigator, let's just give some animations to it. For that, let's just wrap all this navigator in the animated view. And let's just give some styling to the animated view. So for that, let's just create a style sheet first. Now, let's just give the stylings to it. After styling the stack navigator, let's just give some styling to the screen which we have created for the draw screens. So for that, import that screen element and give some styling to it. Now, let's just create an animated style for the screens. You're not familiar with this animated styling, you can get all this data in the documentation, as I can show you in the React navigation website. So let me show you the website. As you can see in the website, you can get all the functionalities or the properties which I am using in this screen. After creating the animated styling, let's just set the progress of the drawer. For that, we have to create a use state for this. After the progress, the last thing, let's just create the drawer navigation options, in which we'll create the title name and much more. As I forgot to import the home stack on this screen, so let's just import the home stack in the drawer navigation too and save it. our main drawer is completed. So let's just go back to our general layouts and import that drawer navigation to it. After this, we just need a simple button which navigates us to the drawer screen. For that, let's just go back to the login screen and give the login button a functionality. When we click that button, it will navigate us to the drawer screen or a home stack. So now, let's just try it. So oops, we got an error on the drawer view. So let's just go back to the drawer view and check it. So we forgot to export default the custom drawer content. So after saving it, let's just try it again. So as you can see, the drawer content is ready, but we don't have any content yet. So let's just create the content for the drawer. We need a logo on the top. For that, just let's import the image tag from the React Native and give the source of the icon which we want to show on the drawer. As I already told you before, we also need to give some styling to the image. So let's just give some height and width to the image. So after giving height and width, you can see a logo on the drawer navigator. After that, let's just create a touchable opacity button for our different screens, as I saw you in the design. As you can see, after putting some text between the touchable opacity, you can see the content on the drawer navigator, but it not look good. So for that, let's just give some styling to it. See, after giving some stylings to it, it looks much better. So now, we want this types of screens or button for 4 different screens. So for that, let's just copy this button and paste it 4 times. And now, let's just change the name as our requirements. As you can see, it looks good, but we want it little bit better. So for that, let's just import a divider from React elements to give some division between them. Let's just put the divider between every button, and let's just give some styling to it. As you can see, our draw navigation is ready. So let's see you in the next video. In the next video, we'll be creating the home page for this application. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding VT. So in this tutorial, we are going to create a bottom tab navigator and a header function for our home page, as you can see on the screen. So now let's just jump into the development section. So there are many ways to create a bottom tag navigator, but in this video we are going to create a bottom tab navigator component which we can use in every screen. Let's just create a new file with the name of bottom tab navigator in the component screen. And now let's just create a simple React Native function and export default it. Now let's just go back to the home screen and import this bottom tab navigator to test it. You can see after importing the bottom tab navigator on the home screen page, the content which we put on the bottom tab navigator screen. As our bottom tab navigator is working, so let's just give some styling to the home page screen. We need all the content of bottom tab navigator at the bottom. So for that, let's just give some styling to the safe area view. So now, as you can see, after giving some stylings to the safe area view, our bottom tab navigator content comes to the bottom. So now, let's just start adding content to the bottom tab navigator. First, just create a style sheet for all the stylings. Create our first touchable button. So for that, let's just import touchable opacity from React Native, and between them, the text of the button which we want to show on the bottom tab navigator. So first button is the home. We also need the icon with the text. So for that, just let's import the icon from the React Native element and just put the name of the icon which we want to show it on the screen. So as you can see, our first homepage button is ready. Let's just copy this old touchable opacity view and paste it 4 times for 4 different buttons. As you can see, we have 4 different buttons on the bottom tab navigator. Now let's just change the names and the icon names according to our requirements. So now, as you can see, we have created 4 buttons of our bottom tab navigator except the create plus button. So now, let's just create a button for the create post. Now same, as we have created the button buttons, let's just wrap an icon in the touchable opacity with the different names and the different styling. So the only difference between the other tab buttons and the create post button will be only of stylings. Now, let's just give the touchable opacity some absolute styling. As you can see, our create post text is behind the plus button. So for that, let's just add some styling. So as you can see, after giving some styling, our create post text is on the perfect location. Now let's just give some color to the create post text. And now our bottom tab navigator is ready. So now let's just move on to the homepage screen tag for adding some options to the homepage header. On the homepage tag in the options, let's just put title as an empty string because we don't need any title here. So first, let's just put something in the header left. For that, let's just create a function of the header left and put some styling between it. So on the header left, we want our user image on the left side. For that, let's just import a view and in it, import image from React Native and give the source of the image and some width and the height. So, as you can see, after giving some styling, our user image is at the perfect location. And now, we also want the name of the user with the image. So for that, let's just import the text from the React Native and put the name which we want to show on the screen. And let's just give some stylings to the name. So now our left header is ready. Now let's just create the header right. So on the right navigator, we just only want to show an icon to open the broad navigator. For that, let's just import a custom icon which we have created before in the previous videos. Now, just give some name of the icon which we want to show on the right header. Let's just also add a search icon on the right header too. You can see the search icon on the right header. So for the second icon, let's just copy it and change the name of the icon which we want to show to open the drawer navigator. As you can see, our homepage header is completed. So some functionalities to this icon, when we'll click it, it will open the drawer. For that, there is a function name called navigation.toggle drawer. So when we'll call it, when we'll press this icon, it will open the drawer as you can see in the video. So now our header and the bottom tab navigator is ready. So now let's just see you in the next video.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create the home screen for our Gymnasia app as you can see in this picture. So now let's jump into the development section. So first, let's just go to the home screen and create a scroll view on the screen. And create a flat list between them. Flat list needs three types of things: the data, the key extractor, and the render element function. So as we don't have any data to show it in the flat list. So for that, I have already created some demo data for you. So now let's just create a data array and import the data between them. So now, as you can see, we can get anything from this data by calling it with item. As you can see, we are calling item.toposity in this scenario. As you can see, we are getting all of our 5 data cities in the flat list. The integration of our flat list is completed. So now let's just get into the styling. Let's just import the card from UI kitten components. Import that card here and give some styling to this card. As you can see, after giving styling to that card, you can see some grey lines on the screen, which are the header and the footer of the card, which we'll edit separately in this video. So first, let's just create the header for this card. For that, we have to create another function with the name of header. And in this header function, we'll be creating all the header design. Let's just create a view for user image. And give some source to the image as I have already saved in my asset folder. Now, let's just give some styling to this image. So as you can see, after giving some styling to that image, our image is not as quiet as our expectation. For that, let's just give some styling to the image view. Now, as you can see, after giving some styling to that view, we have our 5 different user images. And now, let's just create another view, and between that view, create a text field for our username and give some styling to it. Now, as you can see, we are getting 5 different usernames. Now let's just give some styling to this username. Now after giving some styling to the username, let's just create another view for the custom icon. So now let's just import the custom icons which we have already created in our components. As we already know, our custom icons need three types of props: the name of the icon, the size, and the color. So in this case, we need pin outline, and the size will be 18, and the color we want is gray. So now as you can see, our icon is in the perfect location. So now let's just create another text view for the location name. So as you can see, our location is underneath the icon, but we need our location in front of our icon. So for that, let's just give some styling to that view. So as you can see, after giving some styling to that view, our location icon and our location is at the perfect location. And now let's just give some styling to this post city. Now let's just create another view for our follow button. For that, we have to import the touchable opacity button which we have created in our component function already.
As you can see, after importing the touchable opacity button, you can see the big blue thing on the emulator. To make it correct, we have to pass 3 props to the touchable opacity button. The first one will be the title of the button. You can see the text after giving the title to the button. Now, to make it more correct, we have to give some stylings to the button. Now, the container of the button is looking good. Now, let's just give some button styling and text styling. Now, as you can see, our button is looking as good as we want. So now the header of our card component is completed. So now let's just create the footer for our card. For footer, we'll also have to create another function with the name of footer. And in that arrow function, we'll create all the designing related to the footer. So as we want three different types of button in our footer: like, share and comment. So first let's create the like button. For that, in touchable opacity, let's import the if icon and give it the name of the icon and the size. So now, as you can see, our like icon is there. So now, let's just create a text field for the like text. As we want our like text and the icon in the same line. For that, let's just give some styling to that view. So as you can see, after giving some styling to that view, a like button and our like text is in the same line. But we also want this like button in the center. So for that, let's just give some styling to the touchable opacity. So now, as you can see, the button is in the center. Now, for the like numbering, let's just copy the like text and paste it, and replace that likes with item.likes. So, as you can see, after putting item.likes, we are getting the numbering of our likes, but we want our likes under the like button. For that, let's just copy the item.text and put it into the new view. So now, our numbering is at the correct position. Now, let's just give some styling to the item.likes. Now, as you can see, our like button is ready. For the comment button, just copy this like button and paste it. As you can see, we want our like and comment button in the same line. For that, let's just give some styling to the main container view. As you can see, after giving some styling to the main container view, our like and the comment button is in the same line. And now, let's just replace the like things with the comment one. So now our comment button is also ready. For the share button, let's just copy this comment button and paste it and replace all the comment stuff with the share one. Now, as you can see, our footer is ready with all of our three buttons. Now, let's just create the header title
for the image. For that, let's just create a text view in the card and put item.post title between it for the image title. Now, as you can see, our post title on the screen. Now, let's just give some styling to the post title. So now, our post title is also ready. So now, the last thing which we need is the post image. So for that, let's just create an image view and get the source of item.postImage. And now, also let's just give some styling to this image. Now, as you can see, we are getting the single whole image on the screen. To make it correct, let's just give some styling to that view. So now, as you can see, after giving some styling to that view, our home page is ready. So now, see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create a create post screen for a Gymnasia app. So now, let's jump into the development section. So first, let's just create a new screen in screens with the name of createpost.js, and in it, let's create a simple React Native function with ES7. Now, let's just go back to the bottom tab navigator and give the create post a functionality to navigate to the create post screen. Now, let's go to the general out screen and import that create screen in it. So, the import is successful. Now let's test the click button. Oops, so it is not working. So now let's just check in the bottom tab navigator what is the problem. So, as you can see, we have put the navigation on the wrong place. So now let's just correct it by putting it to the right place. So now let's test it.
So now as you can see, our create post screen is working. So first, let's import all the important dependency which we need in the screen. And now let's just start editing. First, let's create a style view for our main container. First, now let's just create a simple view for a user image. And give the path of the screen which we want to show on the screen. And now let's just give some styling to this image. So as you can see, after giving some styling, you can see the only single image on the whole screen. For that, let's just give some styling to that view. So now our images is in the correct size and place. And now let's create another view for username and give it some styling to the view and the text also. Let's just give some styling to the sub view to place this picture at the correct place. And now, as you can see, our image and our username is at the correct position. And now let's create a view for pen icon and the custom location. And in the custom item, we are having two types of rows, the name and the size of the icon. So let's just give it the name and the size. So now, as you can see, our icon under the username. Now let's just give some styling to this custom view, and after that, create a text view for the location name. The icon and the location name is at the correct position. So now let's just give some styling to our location name. Header is completed. So now let's just create a text input bar for user to write something. For that, create a view and in it import the text input bar which we have created in our component and pass it the required prompts which we need. The size of our input bar is not according to our design. So now let's just give some styling to this input container. And now our input bar is according to our design. Now let's just give some space underneath. And now let's create another view for the three buttons. For that, we have to create a new component called Touchable image. Let's go to the components and create a new screen with the name of Touchable image. And in it, create a simple React Native function. So first, let's import all the dependency or import statement which we need in this screen. And now let's start customizing our touchable image. Let's replace this text with card and give some styling to our main component view.
And now let's create a view, and in that view, let's create a custom icon. And give it some custom props, which we will use on our different screens. And after this, let's create a text for the button text, and also posit some custom props which we'll use in the different screens, and give some styling to it. So now our custom icon, our custom text styling is completed. So now let's just give some styling to the view and the card. And the last thing which we have to do is now just pass all the functionalities to the props which we will use on our create more screen. Now just import a touchable image and put it between our view. And now let's just pass some props which we have created in our component. Image color will be the color of the icon. Icon name will be the name of our icon which we have to show on our button. And then the size of the icon and the text. So now, as you can see, after saving it, you can see our button on the emulator screen. Let's give some styling to that view to make it better. Now, as you can see, it looks better. And now let's just give some styling to this touchable opacity. For the second button, let's just copy this and paste it. And just change the name of the icon and the text. As you can see, our 2 button is ready. For the third button, just do the same. Copy this and paste it. And let's just change the name of the icon, color and the text. Now, as you can see, all of our 3 button is ready and our create post screen. See you in the next video.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create a tutorial screen for a Gymnasia app, which will be fully functional. So now, let's jump into the development section. First, let's just go to the screen and create a new file with the name of tutorial.js. And in it, let's create a simple arrow function using ES7. Now, let's go to the generate out screen and add this tutorial screen in it. First, import this tutorial screen. Just copy the upper screen and paste it and just change the name of the screen. And now let's go to the bottom tab navigator and make that tutorial button pressable. Now, as you can see, after putting navigation.navigate to tutorial screen, we are on our tutorial screen. So now, close this all the tabs and let's start creating the design of tutorial screen. First, let's import all the import statement which we need in this page. So, in this page, we need 2 new dependencies. Which one will be the React Native video and the React Native video player. So now, let's just download it by using npm install and the name. Our dependencies are installed successfully. Now just import the dependencies on this screen. So now, let's start designing. First, remove this text field and replace it with flat list. So as you know, we need some kind of data in the flat list to render it. So we don't have any data yet. So let's just create an array of data, which I have already saved. So now let's just copy and paste it here. And now let's just write the remaining props of the flat list, which will be the key extractor and the random item. So in the random item, we'll be creating all the design related to the tutorial screen. So first, let's just return it. So first, as we need some kind of card on the tutorial screen, so let's import the card from UI kitten component. So first, let's just create the header of the card, in which we'll provide the video name. As you can see, our header is created successfully. Now, let's start creating the footer of the card, which will be the time duration of the video. We successfully created the header at the footer of the card. So now, let's give some styling to the name and the time duration.
Now, let's just start integrating React Native Video Player. For that, import Video Player component between the card and pass it the required props. The video prop will be the link of video which you want to show on the screen. Autoplay false because we don't have video to play automatically again and again. And let's make it default muted. Let's give the width and the height of the video. And now the thumbnail. As you all already know, the thumbnail will be the picture which it will show on the post screen. As you can see, after saving, our React Native video component is fully functionally working. Let's play the video. As you can see, our video is playing correctly. You can mute and unmute it. You can pause it. You can also use it in the full screen. So now, as you can see, our React Native tutorial screen is completed. So now, let's see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create a notification screen for our Gymnasia app, as you can see in this picture. So now, let's jump into the development section. So let's just create a notification screen in the screen folder, and in it, create an arrow function. In ES7, you can create an arrow function with just this command. As you can see in the video, you can install the ES6 extension in the Visual Studio Code. So now, let's just go to the general out screen and import that notification screen in it. So now, let's go to the bottom tab navigator component and make this notification button pressable. Now, as you can see, after pressing the notification button, we are navigating to the notification screen. So now, let's just go to the notification screen and start editing there. So first, let's import the things we need in this notification screen. Flat list and image, and the spacer as you know. And now let's just create a flash list on this screen. In flash list, we need three types of things: the data, the key extractor, and the render element function. as we don't have any data yet. So I have already created some demo data for you. So let's just import that data on this screen. Now, after importing all the demo data for the flat list, we can get all this data in the random item function. We just have to call item dot and the data name which we want to show on the screen. As you can see, we are getting all the title names in our demo data. Now, our flat list integration is completed. So now let's just jump into the styling. So first, let's just create a container view and give it some styling. And now, let's just create another view for the user image. The source of the image will be item.post image. And now, let's just give some styling to this image. You can see after giving some styling to the image, we are getting no image. For getting image, we have to give some styling to the view also. So let's just give some styling to that view. So now, as you can see, after giving some styling to that view, we are getting all the user image. Now, let's just create another view for the username and give it some styling. as we want a username with some different color. So let's just give some color to this text. After the username, we need the time underneath the username. So for that, let's just copy this username and change some styling and replace this item.username with item.time. Now, our username and the time is at the correct position. So now, let's just create another view for the notification and give it some styling. And in its view, let's just create a text with item.notification and give it some styling. Now, as you can see, there is some gray space under the notification. For that, let's just give some styling to the container view. As you can see, after giving styling to the container view, our notification is in the center and with a complete white background. As you can see, we need little margin between the username and the notification. For that, let's just give some margin left to the notification. Now, as you can see, our notification screen is completed. See you in the next video.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create our more options screen and the profile screen for our Gymnasia app. So now, let's jump into the development section. So first, let's just go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of more options and create a demo function between it. Now, let's just go to the general out screen and import that more screen in it. And now, let's go to the bottom tab navigator and give that more option button a functionality to navigate on more option screen. And now after giving the functionality, you can see our more option button is working. So now close this and go to the more option screen and start designing that. For that, let's just import all the dependency which we need in this screen. So now first import the props for the navigation. And now let's just give this container view a styling. And in that view, let's create another view of scroll view. And in it, we'll create a touchable opacity to make our text touchable. So now as you can see, after putting our text in the touchable opacity, our my profile text is pressable. And now let's start giving the styling to these views. So first, start with the touchable opacity. As you can see, after giving some styling to that touchable opacity, you can see a grey rectangular box behind the My Profile text. And now, let's start giving the styling to the remaining views. As you can see, after giving some styling to that inner view, our My Profile text comes in the center. And after that, let's start giving some styling to the text view. Now, as you can see, our My Profile button is ready. So now, let's just import some spacer component for giving some space between them. And now, for the remaining button, we'll copy this button and paste it 4 times with the space between them, and after that we'll change the name of that buttons. So now, as you can see, we have 5 buttons with the same name. So now, let's just start changing the name of the buttons according to our design. As you can see, our more option button screens is ready. And now, we'll start giving some functionalities to this button. So first, we'll start with the logout button. So, we'll put navigation on the logout button. When someone press it, it will navigate it to the login screen. As you can see, after pressing the logout button, it will navigate you to the login screen. And now, let's start working on My Profile screen. For that, just copy this onRun function and paste it on the My Profile button and change the name of the navigation screen to My Profile. As we don't have any My Profile screen yet, so let's go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of My Profile. and create a demo function between it. And now we'll go to the general out screen and import at my profile screen between it. And now, as you can see, my profile button and screen is working correctly. Now, let's start designing my profile screen. First, let's just give some styling to our main view. Remove this text and let's create a view for our user image and give some styling to that image and the view. As you can see, our user image on the my profile screen, but it is not in the center. So for that, let's just give some styling to that view. As you can see, our user image is at the correct position. Now let's create another view for our post, follow and following text. And now let's start giving some styling to that view and the text. And now, as you can see, after giving some styling to our text, we want our text in front of our user image. So for that, let's just give some styling to that view. Now, As you can see, after giving some styling to that view, our post text is at the correct position. So now, for our follow and following button, we'll copy it and paste it twice and change its name. As you can see, our header is completed. So now let's just create another text for username and give some styling to it. After this, let's just import a touchable opacity button for creating our edit profile button. And now, let's just give some title and styling to this touchable opacity button. Now, after this touchable opacity button, let's just create another tag for our gallery. And now, let's just create another view for the borderline. So now, as you can see, our borderline is completed. So now let's just import that flat list for the user images. As we don't have any data yet, so let me create an data array on the top and paste some demo data between it. And now, let's just start giving some props to this flat list. And as you all know, in the render item, we'll create all of our flat list design. As we need only image in the render view. For that, let's just create a view and inside it, import that image component and give it some path and the styling. Now after saving, you can see three different rows of image, but we don't have any space between them. For that, let's just give some styling to that main view. So now, as you can see, our My Profile screen is ready. See you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. So in this video, we are going to create our remaining more option screens for our Gymnasia app, which include feedback, contact, and about us. So now, let's jump into the development section. So first, let's go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of feedback.js and create a demo function between it. Now, in the more option, copy this on-prem function and paste it on the feedback button and change its name as feedback. Now, on the generate screen, import that feedback screen here. As you can see, our feedback button is working. So now, let's just start designing our feedback screen. So first, let's import all the components which we need in this screen. So first, let's create a view for our text and give it some styling. So now, let's just create a radio button tag, and between them, we'll create 4 different types of radio buttons. Now let's just create one and paste it 3 times and change the name between it. Now after saving, as you can see, there are 4 different circles on the screen. Now in the radio we just have to put some text which we have to show it in front of circles. And after putting the text between the radio button, let's just create a state for saving the state of the radio buttons. As you can see, after creating a state, now we can select any of these radio buttons. And now, let's start giving some styling to these views. Now, let's just give some space after radio group and create a text input bar and give it the title and the styling. Now, let's just create another text for character limit and give it some styling. And now, in the last, let's import the touchable opacity button, give it the name and the styling. And now, as you can see, our feedback screen is ready. Now, let's just create our second screen, which is about a screen. For that, let's just go to the more screen option and copy this button and paste it and change the name with Contact Zorus and also change the navigation name. So now let's just go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of contact.js and put some demo data between it. Now on the general out screen, let's import the contact screen here. Now let's go to the contact screen and start designing our contact screen. So first we'll import all the components which we need in this screen. So first, we'll give some styling to our main view, and after that, we'll create a view for the image and give that image some styling and the path of that image. As you can see the image on the screen, but let's just give some styling to that view to make it more correct. After this, let's just create the two text input bar for your subject and the message and give it some stylings. And now, let's import the Touchable button and give it some styling. Now our contact us screen is ready. So now let's just create our third screen, which is about us screen. For that, let's just go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of aboutus.js and create a demo function between it. And now copy this function and paste it on the About Us button and change the name of the navigation as About Us. Now in general out screen, let's import that About Us screen here. Now let's just go to the About Us screen and start designing it. So first, let's just give some styling to our main view. After that, change this text as about us and give it some styling. After this, let's create another text to put your information between them and give it some styling. And now, let's just import our image here and give it some styling. And in the end, let's just create two more tags for the address and give it some stylings. Now our About Us screen is ready. Let's just create a last screen which is privacy policy. For that, go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of privacypolicy.js and create a demo function between it. Now, in the general out screen, import that privacy policy screen here. Copy this nonsense function and paste it on the button of privacy policy and change its navigation name as privacy policy. And now, let's start designing our privacy policy screen. For that, first let's just give some styling to our main view. Let's create our view for our header of privacy policy and give it some styling. After that, let's just copy this text and paste it and put your policy data between them. And now, as you can see, after putting my policy data, our privacy policy screen is ready. So now, let's see you in the next series. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial video with Coding with T. In this video, we are going to create a Gymnasia app draw screens. As you can see on the screen, we'll be creating three different screens: report a bug, invitation, and the buddy list. So now, let's jump into the development section. So first, we'll be creating our invitation screen. For that, let's just go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of invitation.js and create a demo function in it. And now let's just go to the general route screen and import this route into the general route screen stack. And now after giving the route, let's just go to the drawer content and give invitation an on-prem functionality to navigate to our route screen. So now, as you can see, we are successfully navigating to our invitation screen. So now, close this and let's start editing our invitation screen. So first, let's just import all the required dependency which we need in this screen. So first, let's just give some container styling to our main view. Now, let's create a heading text. For that, let's just import the text field and write our heading between them. Now, let's just give some styling to it. So as you can see, our header is ready. So now, let's just import our flat list for the remaining data. As we know, we need some kind of data to pass it into the flat list. For that, as I have already created some demo data, so let me just copy it and paste it here. As you can see, our data is here. So now, let's just do the remaining steps. So in writer item, let's just create a container view and give some styling to that container. And now, first let's just create a view for the user image and give some styling to it. The source of the image will be item.postItem, as we have this field in our data. So now let's save it and let's check it. So the error, oh, we forgot to import the item here. As you can see, now we have our user image on the left side. So now let's just start the next step. And now let's just create the two text field for the username and the time. As we want our name and the time in front of our image. So for that, let's just give some styling to this view. As you can see now, our name and time is at the correct position. So now let's just give some styling to the username and the time. Now the username and time styling is completed. Now let's just create another view for the accept and the reject button. So for that, let's just create a view and import that two touchable buttons in it. As you can see on the screen, we have two row button with no name and styling. So now let's just give some styling to this button view to get them in the same line. As you can see, our two button is in the same line, but as you can see, they are not looking correct. For that, let's just give some styling to the touchable button. As you can see, after giving some styling to this button, our buttons are looking great. And now let's just change the title of the second button to the reject and let's change the color. For changing the color, we have to go to the touchable opacity component and pass it the probe. And now, only we have to do is pass that probe and put the color between it. And now, as you can see, our invitation screen is ready. So now, let's just start creating the second screen, which will be the buddy list. Also for that, let's just go first to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of buddylist.js and create a demo function between it. And now, let's just go back to the general screen and import that screen in it. And after this, let's just go back to the drawer content and give the body list text a known branch functionality. Now, as you can see, our body list functionality is working. So now let's just start creating our body list screen. So first, let's just create a header and give some styling to it. And for the better presentation, let's just create a see more button and give some styling to it. And now, let's just create a flat list for our data. So, as I have already created my demo data, I just have to copy and paste it here. As you can see, my demo data contains the ID, post image, username, and the mutual friends. Now, let's just create the remaining probes for the flat list as we have created it before. So, in the render item, let's just create a container view and give some styling to it.
And in that container view, let's just create another view for the image and give some styling to that image. So under the image, we need the username and the mutual friend tag. So now let's just create a text field for the username. So as you can see, after saving it, our users are showing in two different lines. That is because of the function that we have passed it in the flat list. The number of columns is equal to 2. And now let's create another text field for the mutual friend and give some styling to it. So now as you can see, our buddy list screen is completed. So now let's just create a third screen, which will be report a bug screen. For that, let's just also go to the screen folder and create a new screen with the name of reportabug.js and create a demo function between it. As we have done it multiple times, go to the general out screen and import that screen in our stack. And after that, we'll go to the draft content and give this button an on-prem functionality. So now, as you can see, our report a bug button is working successfully. So now, close the draft content screen and let's create report a bug screen. So first, let's just import all the dependencies which we need in this screen. So first, let's just give some styling to our main view. And now, in this view, let's just import the text input field and give it the label and the placeholder. And for the bug option, let's just copy it and paste it. And as we want a bigger container for report a bug text view, for that, we'll first change the name of that table and after that we'll give it some styling. So now, as you can see, after giving some height to that input style, our text input is as wide as we want. And now, let's just give some space between it. And now, let's just import the Touchable button and give it some styling. As you can see, our all of three screens is ready. So now, see you in the next video.